うん。よし、やろうかね。続きから。なんだっけ、ジャンナロックですな。この人の物語の続きか。何するんだっけ。ああ、スザンヌ・モロを逮捕しよう。そこからか。よし、走り、逮捕だ。逮捕だ。
The door is wide open. How strange.
逃げたな。
Hey, is anyone there? Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau? This is Detective Locke.
預かって入ってきます。さあ、誰もいません。お、これは。
Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke.
死んで
You
る。
must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you hear me?
Suzanne Moreau is dead. There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body. She doesn't seem to have defended herself from anyone.
ちょっともう死んでますやん。ああ、
It
出た。
appears Suzanne killed herself by ingesting all these drugs.
自殺と決めつけるには早い。原因を知る必要がある。でもズック履いてるもんな。向こうの人ってズック履くんだっけ。
Suzanne's diary is missing.
お、ダイアリーがない。ビクトル・ヒューゴは異常なし。
The glasses are missing.
メガネがない。指輪はある。変わったとこはない。お、ノーパソ。親愛になる水物、手紙でご連絡をお許しください。ドクター・アダムスはこの数週間、あなたの連絡取れないでいます。あ、母ちゃんが死んだってことか。
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
「私がデイジーを殺した。彼女生きたまま返して誰かに喋られるのが怖かった。」
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
なるほど。もうメールとアラームが気になる。
I called the district attorney to inform him.
This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
やべえ。
The investigation was officially closed. I was certain that she was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. with $1 million. Dollars marked, though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
うーん
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
なるほどなるほど。そして列車に戻ると。
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question.
Of course.
ラチェットはノアかクラークか。
Michael
Clark?
Clark, the reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
You looked for similar cases. What do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means,
Yes.
motive, and opportunity. Yes, I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name.
カセッティ。
Cassetti, the real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our number one suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train. Attends, she has grown pale.
I don't know what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of the drug. Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think, here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
盛られてた。
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke? She must be faking, so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of sleeping pills last night. The effects should wear off soon, I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
Her eyes are dilated. She is not faking, and there will be no pinching.
So
Dr.
they are like-
Constantine, please stay with her. Monsieur Book, ask the other passengers to gather in the dining car. There are still many questions I need to ask.
But all of them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so. They will speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
ああ。事情聴取ですよ。ティティティンティンティンティティティン。眠くなるんだよなこの曲。さあ飯食おうぜ飯。お、誰かいるぞ。
I
マ
hope
ト
we
リ
will
ョし
be
か持っ
leaving
てる
soon.
マトリョしか持ってる。目の前に置いてる。まあまあ気持ち悪いな。
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
食堂誰もいない。
The passengers who agreed to come and talk to you are assembled, Poirot. Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your questions.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. Sit down, Monsieur Masterman, please.
Thank you.
あ、一人一人ってことか。 面談みたいな
Does
こと
the
か。
name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping case?
Of course. It was all over the news a few years ago.
Your employer's real name is Cassetti. He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
Mr. McQueen, the man you worked for is a
こんな
kidnapper named
直接的
Cassetti.
な言い方する？
What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk.
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled the
Oh,
case, Mr.
なるほど。
Poirot. I saw Mrs. Armstrong more than once. She was a lovely woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame
Naruhodo.
Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard of it.
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
Daisy Armstrong? No.
No.
No!
No.
Yes. It was all over the English tabloids before I went to Jordan. A horrific crime that claimed the lives of an entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
You read
か
about the
あ
crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United
America
States,
ka.
mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
ヨルダン
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
アーバスノッ
What
ト
is
隊
your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former soldier traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar.
対決
That does not prove she's lying.
えヨルダンで英語を教師まあこれは本当です短い言葉
The truth cannot hide from Poirot forever.
違うこ
Are you
こか
sure everything you have told me is accurate, Mademoiselle Debenham?
Of course.
Mademoiselle, I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlian Hotel.
You were spying on me.
I'm very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my profession.
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with this business. Nothing. Do you hear?
おパンチが来るバックステバックステおバックステ食らうバックステ食らう
Archie, stop.
Captain, no. This behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave her alone. Have you no honor?
Archie, we should go.
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor actor. The truth is that your relationship with Miss Debenham is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship were some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about not revealing their
恋人関係か。
relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient Express.
I understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken watch on Monsieur Ratchet's wrist, for example, and the handkerchief found near the body. Who does that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will. Dr. Constantine can probably use a break.
Good.
Au revoir, Poirot.
ちょろいな。時計についての仮説。ハンカチは多分隣の。
Voilà.
隣のババアでしょ。ハバード。7人の特定。ちょ待って。7人の特定。こう。1、2、3、4、5、あと2人。やっぱまだ早いわ。ハンカチはまだ早い。時計行こう。3つの仮説。違う。
Let me consider all the possibilities.
あ、死体が見つかったじゃねえな。犯行前から止まっていた。
Yes, there are only three
あら、こんにちは。今ね、ついに、なんだっけ、アメリカの、なんだっけ、ベビーシッターが自殺してて、あの事件は終わったみたいな感じになってる。あの子供の殺人事件の犯人が、ここで最初に死んだやつだったらしい。ラチェットさんが。ほんで全員に話聞いたら、軍人のやつと女のおばちゃんが恋人関係だっていうのが分かった。で、今全員に聴取中。 ラチェットが15分、1時15分に死亡してたとするとどの矛盾が生じるかっていうのは、
I'm right again. That
腕時計はわからないと。ガラスが割れる前には時計が止まっていなかったことができる証拠。
No, 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 not good.
これ
The
だ。
watch was not defective because the second hand is still moving. Et voilà.
タイムゾーン。イスタンブールはどのタイムゾーンにある？イスタンブールはトルコだから2時でしょ。
Yes.
プラス1時間。オリエント急行は今、うわぁ、ベオグラード過ぎてビーン付きだからこっち側。ということは1時間、
This theory is correct.
じゃあね、1時間ずれてるってことね。じゃあですわ。
12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
お、アリバイの再確認。こいつはこうでしょ。ルークは知らない。デブナムはどっちだっけな。こうか。こいつはこいつと話してた。おう、
This is wrong.
違う。
But I'm never far from the truth.
こいつはこうだね。こいつらは賭けしてたの。賭けトランプ。でこいつはわかんない。で、こいつは黄色と喋ってた。ムッシュブークは知らんの。こっちだったっけ。こうか。
Et voilà.
ミスター・ホスカレリ、ハードマン、ドラゴミロフ夫人、ミズ・シュミット、アンドレニ夫妻のアリバイが足りない。聞いて回ろうじゃないか。こいつ怖ない？目の前にマトリョシカ置いてさ、ずっと座ってんの。
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are Hildegard Schmidt?
I am Erfol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
Correct.
こいつ
May
多分
I
初
ask you
登場だ
for
ね
a。few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Oh, why does this not surprise?
I don't
疑ってるん
know.
だよ。
I am at your service, Fraulein.
My mistress, Princess Dragomirov, has asked me to open
Ah,
this
あれか、
traditional
派手なババ
Matryoshka
ア。
doll. There is a trinket inside she must retrieve.
Madame, in my experience, each Russian nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed. Yet try it for yourself.
As you wish.
Ah, you are a gentleman.
やったらやねえかい。ああ、柄が違う的な。え？あ、こうか。へいへいへい。下が合ってるから。お？へいへいへい。へいへいへい。これ合ってんじゃないの？合ってないか。 違う。微妙に違う。そんなマトリョーシカ見たことねえぞ。あ、これ下2つあってそうだな。え、むずくないこれ。これ全部一緒だけど。なんかあれがあるのか。紫の花で集める。白の柄が紫の花で集める。紫がないからオレンジだ。下はオレンジがないのでピンク、あ、違うわ、ピンク、これ、あ、でもこれ紫か。紫、ここ紫がない。青、オレンジ、これピンクか。むずいな。紫、これだな。違うな。わかんねえ。なんだこれ。調べる。なんだ普通やん。ピンク、オレンジ、紫、青。はいはい。ピンク、オレンジ、紫、青。あ、なるほどなるほど。ね、この部屋合わせ必要かしらって感じでね。なるほど。きたー。全体が合っていればっていう話だな。これ一番上合ってそうだな。うわー、鬱陶しい。うわー、鬱陶しい。同じ柄になるんかな。回転のスピードが違う。これ合うはず。いつか合わんのかーい。だから右に2回転したら下2回転で、違うわ、下1回転か。真ん中は動かしちゃダメだから。うわ、来たー。3回2回1回か。なんだ。
The inscription reads,
あ、
To my dearest friend.
私の最愛の友人へ。
Thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her maid?
I am her companion. I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep her company.
Ah, forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
アリバイ
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep. A little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
Thank you for answering my questions, madam.
やっぱりどうでもよかったわ。マトリョーシカ気持ち悪いだけだった。誰かおらぬか。勝手に部屋に入るぞ。
Mr. Poirot, please find this murderer quickly. We could
うっ
all
さい
be
ボ
in
ケ。うっ
danger.
さいボケ。ああ、これ我が部屋。もうガンガン開けてっからね。
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello,
こいつ
Monsieur
初見だな。
Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hardman. Yes. And the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
これ何歳この見た目55じゃん。55か。まあ 30？
No, not good.
55？55か。わかるか。
That was easy. I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
あ
Something
あ
you
護衛
failed
だっ
to
たん
do.
だな。
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back. And yeah, something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in
マ
more
ジで
danger
この
when
年
he
齢あっ
left
て
the
いる
train.
かってい
He
う。
was traveling to Paris?
せめてさ
I assume so,
20代 30代 40代とかならわかる
Can
けど。
anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
マックイーン。
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michel, he was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we
ピン
left
コツビを出た
Tchaikovsky.
15
He
分
must
と
have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
これは嘘だろ
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't?
3、4年前2
Ratchet's
年前
real
の事
name
件
was Cassetti. I have reason to
こいつ怪
believe
しいな。
he was the kidnapper.
こいつ犯人だな
He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
女性っぽい声の男
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot, I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
まあ世の中次は頑張るからっていうやつは大体頑張らんよね。うん。次ってないから。うん。知らんかーって。世の中のこと知らんかーって。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
ああ。わがままなやつがおるもんじゃ。
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
I hope your investigation is progressing, Mr. Poirot.
お、なんか本があるぞ。コールオブザワールド。ジャック・ロンドン。お前、頭がいいふりしようとしてんな。もういけないのか。あと誰がいる？トイレの中には人がいないのか。しょうがねえな。お？違う。今ね、なんか知らんけど止まっちゃった。201の前で。動けんくなっちゃった。今日ぐらいでちょっと犯人までたどり着けたらいいなと思ってんだけど、これちょっと長そうだな。
Monsieur
どうしたん？
Foscarelli,
あ、
I would
出
like to
た。
ask you a few
歯車
questions
事
if
件。
you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get
もう
around
ワク
to
ワクしとるやん、こい
it.
つ。
Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mess.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess.
こういうのってさ、だいたいよし俺に任せろってや
I'd
つ
be
できん
happy
よね。
to answer your questions when we finished.
やったろやないかい。何を動か、ああ、こういうことね。ああ、オッケー。見づら。歯車ってっからじゃこれを取りたいんだ。あ、はい、 こんなので動いてるオレンジジュース飲みたくねえわ。
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli,
Antonio.
delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
イタリア人ってみんなこんな話し方
The
なのか
name?
な。
Yes. It was a little girl. A baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right
もうなんか
after
もう
dinner.
こいつは犯人
But
じゃ
I
ねえっ
slept
てわか
very
るわ。
badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
歯車で動いてるメニューってオレンジジュースってどうなんて思うけど、手回しかなんかだな。ぐるぐるぐるぐるやってんのかな。マトリョしかおらんくなっちゃったな。あとは誰だ。
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
中まで取るわ。これで全部なんかな。お、サボってやがる。
My next restaurant will not have wheels.
いいし。これで全員聞いたか。あと3人もおる。おらんくないか人。どこだ。これね今走ってるんですよ。これでコントローラーでやってるんですけどね、押し込みなのよこれが。ずーっと押し込んで、しかも上向かせないとだめっちゃ辛い。全然走る気ないこいつ。やっぱ紳士だからそんなガツガツは走らないんだな。あ、なんか止まった。あ、若くない。パーロっていくつなんだろうね。じゃこいつうるせえからいいや。3人外おる？それはねえか。こいつでしょ？こいつでしょ？こいつ見たらもういいわ。
I am not prepared to receive.
Very well, madam. I'll come.
こいつ触ってくれんわ。もうほんまこいつここが開いてないんだよね多分。全然開いてないんだけど部屋が。いなくね？ いなくねえか？ヒント。ハンケチの持ち主か。ハンケチにはエッジがあったから、エッジがある人だろ。これで5人はエッジがある。ジャンはヤンだから、違うわ。エッチな人、アンドレにもエッジがある可能性はあるのか。アンドレニの下の名前がエッチな可能性あるの。ナタリアはエッチじゃない。アーチボルト、アーバスノットは両方。アーバスノットがエッチか。違う。あと一人。デブちゃんはデブじゃないな。そうそうそう。
I do not think that's the right answer.
グレタ、違うな。ここ2人が違うってなったらこいつしかいないな。違う。
But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good.
誰だ？コンスタンティン医師。まさかの医者が。
cells did not let me down.
ファーストネーム知らないね。確かにそう。コンスタンティンとアンドレニだな。ラストネームが H で始まる人物。はい。オッケー。これでいけるんだ。コンスタンチンの名前教えてけろって言って。
No.
Okay.
コンスタンチン。
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is, Doctor.
My name is Robert. Why?
Find out if the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for viruses. Would not touch one.
めっちゃ否定された。布のハンカチ使うやつアホやみたいな。
I am not prepared to receive anyone.
Very well, madam. I'll...
こいつは話してくれんな。
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
そんな繊細な男じゃないと。こいつは違う。俺はこのババアだと思うんだけどな。
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
ヒルデガルデ、ノルウェーとかデンマークとかによくある名前ですな。
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot. What do you
こい
want?
つも新人
Answers to
新
a
人さんだ
simple question or
はじめ
two.
まして
Alright, what
初見さんだ
My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny,
Your home is...
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
ハンガリーの外交官うわー34歳はい34歳
Et voilà. Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Oh.
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
非協力的なやつやなヒルデガルデ
Did you need something else, Monsieur Poirot?
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you.
見せてもないのに高級なの知ってる
Hello again, Mr. Poirot. How can I help you?
これ全部かうんああれは無理だったってことねマックイーンとああ医者か医者は行ったかメジロマックイーンがずっと奥でしょあいつんとこ遠いんだよななんか引っかかるここ204がババヤンの部屋ここか我が家あ違うってことはここが死んだとここいつは違うメジロマックイーンの部屋一番奥だっけこいつはいつまで経っても話してくれんか
I am not very...
I hope your investigation is...
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
this handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you.
こいつも違
I
う。
won't bother you anymore.
みんな違う説。あと誰だ？こいつマジ邪魔だな。あとはミスターモリか。一番端じゃん。あいつが持ってるわけねえやん。もうここ絶対引っかかる。なんだ。こういうゲームってこの移動の時間めっちゃ無駄やわって思うけど、この時間大事よね。これなかったら選択式のなんかこうあっちに行くみたいなんで済むもんね。でもそれじゃ味気ないもんね。このモヤモヤする時間が楽しい。こいつじゃねえだろ絶対。
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Mori. I have a question to ask you.
Please make it quick. I have a meal to prepare.
そう。Get what happened that?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
やっぱちゃうわ。
That is all I wanted to know.
I hope your investigation won't interfere with today's menu.
これやっぱ日本人って勘違いされてるよね絶対。ちょっとチャイニーズっぽいもんな。これだなぁ。色物おばあちゃんと病弱な嫁さんお話を聞きたいところだがな。なんかあるんかな方法が。くそ。蚊がいた。もうここ絶対引っかかるわな。読み込みが入るのかな。
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are very protective of your wife, Count Andreni.
Does that surprise you? Her vertigo can be very dangerous.
I believe there are many kinds of vertigo.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk to a doctor, not a detective. If you'd excuse me.
ちゅうことはコンスタンチンちょっと怒ったな。コンスタンチン連れてくるか。コンスタンチン出番ですぞ。ちょっとブーちゃん邪魔なんだよな。
So, okay.
ちょっと開けてくれるんだ。ブーちゃん。
Excuse me.
Anything.
今の俺の選択肢が間違ってたことか。ブーちゃんを連れてこいっていう話じゃないんだな。読み込みが入る。最近 CPU が悪いのかな。何度も来てさせん、ほんと。
Monsieur,
My
you are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andreni.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
ああ、
I
奥さ
would
んが
have
アメ
given
リ
up
カー
my
ナか。
position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No, I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
彼
I
のとこへ行
think
くべきラ
Dr.
ウンジか。
Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well. I will find him. Thank you very much.
よっしゃー。侵入。ああ、こいつか。入れ墨かと思ったやつ。
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a
顔がい
wild
る。
goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
こういうのって
Apology
後から出てくるやつがど
I
んどん怪し
realize
く
you
て。
must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
ああ、
Please
パ
don't
ズルっ
touch the
ぽ
music
い。
box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy
あ、じゃあ
2
めっ
years
ちゃ
ago.
若いやん。
I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is this?
偉大な男の陰には偉大な女性あり。
Every great man, there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
アメリカーナの外交官じゃないな。若いだろう。いい21歳。
That's the right answer.
やらしい。
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena.
Elena.
With an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to
ああ、
sleep,
やっ
but
ぱ
I
り睡眠
couldn't
薬がある。
because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
2時には列車は、止まってたんで。
Why do you say that?
The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due
揺
to
れてはないで
snow.
すな。
So there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
Dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
プンプン丸だ。プンプン
That
丸。
was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace.
ちょっととりあえず下着から、下着チェック。ここであんなことやこんなこと。下着チェック。
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last
み
night.
んな同じ睡眠薬飲んでるっていうね。なーにこれ。 なんかありそうだけどなんもない。さあ、グレートガッツビー。ガッツバイ。ガッツバイ。ちょっと、下着はないのか？ここであんなことやこんなこと。しょうがねえな。解いてやるか。お、マノンだ。マノンがいる。
There seems to be something missing here.
へえ。
It's closed.
落ちた。あーん。あーん。同じ柄2つ。鳩。ちょっと待てよ。ああ、はいはいはい。バーラ。違うわ。ハートが太陽。月。バラが音符。今のでわかる？わかりません。3つでしょ。ああ、超難しいんだけど。
There seems to be something missing here. It's closed.
バラ。ハト。違う。違う。違う。むずくないこれ。ああ。惜しいじゃん。浮いたー。はい、取ってー。むずい。回らない。意味がわからん。どっかで止めればマノンがウルト出すってこと？ これむずいんだけど、回すのが。ここだ意味がわからん。意味が全くわからん。ヒントくれや、ヒント。おお、まあ。これヒント見らんとわからんわ。ヒント見てもわからんわ。違う。それじゃね。操作する。で合わせろと。はいはい。これじゃね。合ってるよね。合ってるよね。違う。これでいいんだよ。これでいいんだよね。これで何をすればいいかわかんない。なるほど。これで違う。これでよすー、開いたー。きちゃー、宝物。
An engraving written in, I believe,
キリル文字。
Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name. An engraving.
パカリンコするでしょ。パカリンコしないの？いい、来た、パカリンコ。
For my
エレナ
beautiful
とソ
young
ニア。
ladies, Helena and Sonia.
エレナじゃないってことね。
Helena with
はい、なるほど。はい、来たー。
It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
来たー。
Monsieur,
お
I am
姉ちゃんだ
afraid
な。
shame is not a
アーム
very
ストロングの
helpful
嫁が
emotion
お
for
姉
a
ちゃんだな。
detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia Armstrong. Your older sister?
バレて
The
ー
mother
の
of
顔しと
Daisy,
る。
the murdered child.
ドキー。
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says.
ドキー。
I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found the handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initials. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest.
もういいでしょ
The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs
エッチの
clearing
エッチ
up.
なやつがまだわからんな。
First, I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion.
メダルの裏にあったって何？もうロシア語？ロシア語来たよ。みんなロシア語勉強しようぜ。これか。ナタリア。ナタリア。へえ。へえ。初めて知った。ロシア語初めて知ったわ。
First name begins with an H in Cyrillic. I'm right again. That
おばあ
happens
ちゃ
to
ん
me
が
a
一
lot.
挙に。おばあちゃんが一挙に怪しなったわ。へえ、面白い。さすがにキリル文字ってやつはね、わけがわからんですね。アラビア文字とキリル文字はもうわけわからんからね。出てこい。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
お、バレてる。
Come in, please.
割と隣の部屋だけどね。
Please
みんない
forgive
るもん。
my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced. Yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her.
ロシアの博物館の館長で26歳。そんなわけあるかい。85だったらまあまあ死にそうだけどな。
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11 and tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see. The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
これはあんたのですか?
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly. But his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
出ていくと見せかけて出ていかないやつ。アリバイの再確認。じゃあちょっとここでさせてもらいましょうか。アリバイが合致する。こいつはマスターマン。だっけ？こいつはこうでしょ？こうでしょ？こう。いい。
voilà.
ルークへ報告せねば。いい。割とすぐそこにいる。
Oh, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orgeon stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime.
後ろでおばちゃん聞いてるけどな。
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
ちょっと待ってね。おっと、よいしょ。何？
すみません。原取物です。ご資格でこの金で回ってるんですけど、ここに大切なものは何かでその手この列の別にははい。いやいや。この金でいただきすみません。大丈夫です。いただきました。
なんなんだよ。よいしょ。あ、ヘッドホンどこ行った？びっくりしたわ。ピンポーンってなってこんな時間に。まあ6時ぐらいかまだ。出てったらさ、おじいちゃんとおばあちゃんがおって、聖書に関心ないですかって言われた。びっくりするわ。ないですって言っちゃった。水ロックに薬飲ませた可能性が最も高いのはこいつでしょか、こいつか。
I do not think that's the right answer.
こいつか。
No, no, no.
違う。
Not good.
飲ませる必要があるかどうかやの。こいつは結局関係はないんだっけ。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
ちょっと待って。 うんとこいつは関係ない。飲まされた。待って。
I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea with Mademoiselle Lopin.
何お茶持ってくんの
Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only two people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use. 4 long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
お、また戻ったぜ。封筒。
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
おーこんなところにいた。こんなところにいた。オスカレリが。
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case. And then this. Michael Clark. The sarcastic reporter. My prime suspect in the kidnapping. Murdered 4 years ago? This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
違うじゃん。胸部への一発の弾丸。腐敗の進行から2018年秋。
This is Michael Clark. He doesn't look. Michael, you have.
ポチッとな。何関連付けよ。ボードにある証拠の2つをつなぎ合わせて関係で。ちょっと待って、まだある
The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
わー、なんかいっぱいあるわ1、2、3、 4はどこだ。4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12。あれ？順番通り押したよね。1。もう一回押すか。2、3、4、5、アンダーバーだよね。6、7、8、9、10、11、12。ほほほほ。これは何？あ、なるほどね。ひコーン。
What do they call this? Brass
Brass
knuckles?
knuckle.
Knuckle
Knuckle
duster?
duster.
Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
覚醒剤的なやつか。直す。ギッチョ。3569。チャキーン。
Key knife. They sell them on the internet for self-protection.
3569ね。で、これをまた押すと。あ、選ばせや。3569。パコーン。
What do we find? A capsule and a smell.
生酸化物。
Bitter almonds.
青酸化物。こんだけあった、頭。これは生産狩り。ペロ。ペロ。何これあ、そういうことか。なるほど。あれあ、はい。物の順番が違うと。これがだからちゃうの？ ちょっとずれてる気がすんな。じゃあこれを押して、違うよねこれ。脳みそみたいなやつだなと。これで合ってんのかな。違うよな、なんか。むずっ。あ、しゃー。パコリーノ USB USB
key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
イエーイ。もうない？お、まだある。ようこんなパズルを用意するって。ライトがまた絵合わせか。絵合わせ好きやな。ポチッとな。
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
これで OK？ まあまあすごいもん全部キーホルダーに入れてるんだな。っていうか多すぎんかこれ。
So clever. All that evidence and yet no DNA found.
これは何もない。現場にあったワインボトル、ね、ザンヌの
Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
ザンヌは無実だった。ザンヌも殺されてるからな。
Daisy's plush toy.
で、うん。ボストン銃撃事件のこれがこうだ。ちゃう。ん？ん？あ、調べられる。うん。ボストン郊外ウォータータウンの地下ルーブルで男性が死亡しているのが見つかった。一発の弾が頭はハンマーで故意に損傷され、喉には$100紙幣が1枚押し込まれていた。これはあ、22口径の弾丸が発見されたが、データベースに、ハンマーの極度に損傷されており、指先は切断されており、指紋の認証することができない。タトゥーがあった。全然意味がわからんけど。 USB を。
Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed
これはマイ
4
ケル・
years
クラ
ago
ークを
posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the
カ
board.
セッティおこれがタトゥーがあるってことね。
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them, and on the wall they go. Maybe to check if the serial maybe to check if the serial numbers were still on. Maybe they needed to check if the serial numbers were still on record. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
ニャーがいる、ニャーが。ニャー、お前が犯人だ。
I don't have time to waste on magazines.
モビー・ディック。ハーマン・メル・ビリー。なんか今一瞬なかった。まあいいや。オッケー。シャキンどこー。
This tattoo is the same on both pictures. So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti.
とりあえずまだなんかある？なんもねえよな。え？ USB メモリまだなんかあるか？ USB key.
Shaved off the man I interviewed. Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago. Maybe they needed to show to check if the serial numbers were still on record.
예, なんもねえぞ USB。ヒンツ。違う。ヒンツ。USB の中にある PC で確認してるわ。めっちゃしてるわ。4つしか画像がないんだよな。まあいいや。こっちだな、じゃあ。じゃあ。アームストロングはその後自殺したんだね。
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
これが
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly to the skin. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
でもう一回調べるの？青
Okay,
認証。
the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. It could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still it's the same person.
メガネ。ひげ。
Nice.
耳は一緒。
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
サミュエル・ラチェット逮捕。今のでいいの？
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you?
よっしゃー。サミュエル・ラチェット。
It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call.
OK。もしもし、サミュエル・ラチェットさんですか？サミュエル・ラチェットさんですか？逮捕します。
Robot Defense League, we are monitoring this call.
Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Nope.
いや、嫌だけ日本語と一緒だった。いや、あは。
Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're
here to save mankind. Oh, it's a cookbook.
っていうことは森がかなり怪しいな。ブレイド。違うわ。ブレイドが日本人か。
The Orient Express.
ビクター・マックイーン。
I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
メジロ・マックイーンが予約してると。なるほど。ペロンペロンペロン。で、これがこうなって。これがこうか。
This is Ratchet's ticket. These tickets were all booked by McQueen.
で、これでいいの？これで、あと何すんの？もう何もねえじゃん。まだ2個。アルメニアで逮捕された。関係ないよな。ヒントが欲しい。 なんで
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
Ah, 紙幣のシリアルナンバーで100万ドルの1枚ってことね。ヒント。ああ、そういうことね。ああ、
Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity.
4つになったぞ。これであと1つだ。で、これは別になんじゃない。これなんで？ああ、なるほどね。名字が一緒か。アームストロング大佐。は関係ない。マックイーンってこと？わからん。これでまだ3つなんだ。もうガンガン、もうヒントが見られない。マイチング。召喚が大勢いた。バカっぽい発言。これでこれか。ああ、なるほどね。でもう一回 PC にノーパソで探索ヘクター・マックイーン、黄色いやつ。息子なんだ。マックイーン検事の息子。パチったな。でこれがこうなって、でこれでマックイーンそう年上まあやないこれこの写真欲しいわ。でこれでオリエント急行の情報、お前どっかに投げたろお前。俺ヒゲがある。ヒゲはご褒美。オリエント急行これだ。
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
文字が小さすぎて読めない。フォーチュナはオリエント急行、フォスカレリがうんちゃらかんちゃら。フォスカレリここにいる。
Some old train. But that face, that man.
裏からちぎって読んでもフォスカレリー。これをこうして え、違うの？ちょ。
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express. Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
さあ、テンションが上がってまいりました。あ、違う。
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
ヒント。え？ちょっと待って、なんで？あー、バークシャーうんちゃらかんちゃらか。
That's John Armstrong's driver.
おー。フォスカレリは
Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next
運
week.
転手だったんだ。
McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train. I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
なるほど。だからトルコ領では殺人ができないと。ネットで検索。予約がいっぱいです。
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do? Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
ブレッドちゃん、ちょっと。ブレッドちゃん、チケット、ちょっと。
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, your idea is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh no.
Whoa, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson.
Stacy
Feel like a
Johnson.
Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving
いや、
my
ライ
magic
ター
on
使うもん。イエーイ。イエーイ、にゃんちゅう、イエーイ。ステイシーの連絡先を入手し
I
て。
know I have.
ステイシー・ジョンソン。女優、ステイシー・ジョンソンって、あ、違うわ。パパラッチに対する暴行で逮捕。もしもし。ステイシーちゃん、ステイシーちゃん。私、ロックよ。
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police
もしも
detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it
デ
got
ッド
me
バイデイ
interested
ライ
in
トの世界に入ってったな、こいつ。
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on
Gosh.
that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
何でもするって言った割に割とごねるな。え？乗車券を倍額で。これでも金持ってるだろう。
Stacy,
I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids. Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
やったぜ。どやー。どやっとったな、今。
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had come out. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
なかなかみんな繋がってまいりましたね。面白くなってまいりましたよ、これ。割とみんな殺意があったと。はい。
And that's how I found
美味
myself
しいご飯
on
を
this
食べてく
train,
ださいよ。
on Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead.
無実ではある。
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see
さあ、
things
真実が近づいてまいりま
It's
したよ。
obvious. Whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has
お、こっ
whetted
ち
my
も飯タイム
appetite.
か。
I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the
くどこ
restaurant.
と、くどこ
On
と
the
したな。
contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr.
また嫌が
Poirot,
って
will
る
you
な。
please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
さあ、調査の結論。シュミットとミッシェルに話を聞け。お、マックイーン。
All that snow.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes. Unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as
An unexpected passenger?
perhaps, or snow.
まあ、ロックが乗ってきたのは、予想外だったと。コンスタン
Are
ティ
you all right,
ン。
Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily.
お、
Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains.
なんかあるぞ、これは。なんもない。僕は暇だな、あいつ。さあ、あとは、このままエンディングに向かうのか。
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
こいつらは無関係ってことだな、結局は。それ以外の。まあでもまだ謎はいっぱいある。
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
こいつも絡んでそうなんだよな。でも関係ねえか。いいやつっぽいね。
Not now! Not now!
なんか、お前、同じやつ、混ぜとるだけやねんか。違うな。
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Law, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes. I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Hotaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
ミスター・ミッシェルはどこにいるんだ？ミチェル。シュミットは怪しいが、シュミットである可能性は低い。ミッチェルの席が空いてる。いないじゃん。ミッチェルがいない、ミッチェルが。ミッチェルじゃないとしたら、シュミット。今シュミットに聞くしかねえのか。シュミッツシュミッツじゃない、なんだっけ。これ車掌じゃねえ、
I know you drugged Mademoiselle Locke's tea. Don't try to deny it.
Nevertheless, I do deny it. Yes, I was. Just that point should.
I know you have sleeping pills, Fräulein.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds it difficult to sleep? I believe the Countess Andrenier takes them. And I heard the Olsen woman thanking Mrs. Hubbard for a pill.
That was aspirin.
If you say so.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God.
What did I
do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case.
一気に入ったぞこいつ。
I'm right again. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But yes, I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
何向こう行けなかったな。なるほど。っていうことは車掌も関わってる。全員で殺そうとした。おう、めっちゃ動揺してるわ。全員で殺そうとした説はあるな。あのおばあちゃんに言いくるめられて、首謀者はおばあちゃんなのかな。あ、ここか。
Good evening, Michelle. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michelle. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others?
Oh. 電波届かないはずじゃなかったのか。
You have a network connection?
Ah,
no,
なるほど。
It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of it all, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen. 左の人物。
左の人物。ピエール・ミシェル。で、右が、中央はスザンヌ。で、ハードマン。右がハードマン。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences. Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule.
ずっと騙されてるからね。嘘つかれまくってるからね。
But it was only to keep her quiet until I couldn't. But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
二人ともだから睡眠薬を入れた犯人だった。
That she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now.
ミスター・ハードマンはミッシェルのボーイフレンド。義理の息子には婚約者。
Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear.
さあさあ、確信に迫ってまいりましたよ。
I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door. Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing. And I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and Book. I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
うんこや。日本人の価値が。日本人の価値がうんこひげ。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
なんか隠してないか、なんもねえか。すごいな。こういう脚本書ける人ほんとすごいの。
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
俺はロックさんに話したのが。
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you.
ブーちゃんがすぐに話しかけてくるわ。
And our conductor Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
なぜそう思わせたか。すぐにレオグラードで降りた。違う。
Not good. That was easy. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
さあ、ま、こうでしょ？こうでしょ？じゃあこうか。で、こう。こうして、こうか。違う。
That is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time.
This
is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
乗り込んで、あ、違う。こうで、こうか。止まって乗り込んで殺した降りて乗った。違う。
That is not a good answer.
こう？
No, not good.
降りて乗る。殺し、上着を こうか。上着のボタンを落として上着をで上着を脱いでこういうことか。Yes.
My little gray cells. Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
さあ。犯人はみんな。
That was easy. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without
ブーちゃん
you. I
は
will continue.
頭が弱いんでね。よし。アームストロング事件の関係者はこいつでしょ。こいつこいつこいつこいつこいつこいつこいつルドルフはまあ直接は関係ない。今何 ?1,2,3,4,5,6,7,8こいつもちょっと関係はなさそうだ。イエーイ。
My little gray cells did not let me down. Fräulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach,
12人のうち9
9
人が
have a connection
関
with the
係がある。
Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say,
次は何
who next?
It is time to summon
バカの聞き方や。
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will leave you. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
おお、ついに事件の真相に。食堂車に行くってここ食堂車じゃないのか。バーテンは関係なかったんだな。うわあ。さあ最後ですよ。
Monsieur Book, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then The stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned. Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
デイジーを殺したのはラチェットさんです。
That Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal, yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
Daisy
was 3 years old. 12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States.
12
Not
monkeys
just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but 2 detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters. The conductor's jacket, found in Detective Locke's suitcase, was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
ロックはサラチェットを指してはいない。どっちだろうな。何これ自分で決めれるの ?12 指してない。無実である。
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, but I thought we had... I think he meant... You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
刺しましたね。父親のためでございま
You took
すね。
some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had
彼氏
helped
の
her
誘拐を
boyfriend
手伝った
Noah
と信じたようです
kidnap
と。
him, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur
マスターマンは直接は関係ない。
No, Poirot. Remember Ratchet's
違う
sleeping pills.
刺したの？
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay
ああ、
away.
こいつが睡眠薬を入れたの
You
か。
gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth.
軍事補佐
I
か。
was Colonel
ああ、なるほ
Armstrong's
どね。
adjutant in the war, sir. And afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
ブーちゃんは関係ない。
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty. You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel.
ピエール・ミッシェルは刺しました。水もろの、
that
お、
is
違う。
his motive. I need real tangible proof.
これが刺した理由は、容疑の理由。
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of three
3人の
detectives
探
on
偵の
this
1人。出しましたな。ミスター・ハードマンの容疑の理由はミッシェルが
Monsieur
証言しま
Hardman,
した
I
な。
think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
簡単に認め
That's
る
right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
水ロックに薬を盛り
you
ました。
told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
刺しました。
Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreni.
刺してないの？
Countess Andreni is young and fit, physically quite capable of stabbing Ratchet. The problem must be somewhere else. On the contrary, this fact gives her a motive for murder. Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreni.
じゃあこいつが刺したんだ。
12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli.
刺した。あ、やべ、間違えた。連打しちゃった。
You were the Armstrong chauffeur. And that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson. A champion for the immigrants. A worthy calling.
こいつは関係ないんじゃない？
I do not think that's
こいつも刺してんの？ ハバード夫人の掛け金？
Admittedly, she lied to me about Mademoiselle Debenham's schedule. But one lie does not convict her. Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
掛け金ね、掛け金かと思った。
I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on your part in this mystery.
レイジーの子守違うよな。看
You
護師。
were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's
関
move
係
on.
してたんだ。へえ。
Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either. And I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
この人は関係ないだろう。
Dr. Constantine was certainly helpful to my investigation, but that does
これで
not
正解だったら
prove
めっ
he
ちゃ笑うけどな。まあまあ、ブー
You
クの証
are
言
one
があ
of
る。
the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would
そう
trust
そうそう、
with
ほぼ
my
全員や
life.
ってるやつです。
That is
12人中9人以上が犯
We
人
now come to
で、
Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot,
ここは
whose
ちょっとわかんない
relationship
んだ
was
よ
not
な。
in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at
この
the
二人イチャ
hotel.
イチャ
You
してる。
have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
イチャイチャしてる二人。
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to
で、
John
多分、
Armstrong.
軍人時代の友達なんじゃねえかな。軍人。
Et voilà.
軍人
Captain
時代の友
Arbuthnot,
達。
you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until...
うん、これは最初から疑ってたな。
There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious.
これ繋がってないんだよ
Then
ね。
I remembered the job you currently hold.
え、こいつの仕事？家庭教師か。
I'm right again. You were the teacher of
デイジーの家庭教師。いや、3歳だもんな。
You were the
Helena.
teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot.
刺した。
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr.
マッ
McQueen.
クイーンのアリバイ
But
が
his testimony
崩れたことで
melted like a
同時に
There went
こい
your
つも犯人。
alibi. Poof. Unless you
ゲー
have
ム性
another
そうだ
one.
ね。間違ったらアウトみたいなのとか話が変わっちゃうとかの
As
方
for
が
you,
良かったけど、
Mademoiselle Debenham,
こいつはどうなんだろうな。刺したにしとく？
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could
まあ多
confirm
分一
your
本
alibi.
道
I think you
の
know where you
ストーリーな
stand.
んだろうけ
Very
ど、
good, Mr. Poirot.
この間違えた回数とかが関係してくるのかな、最後に。
Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess
ゴッドマ
Dragomir.
ザーが、ゴッドマザーも指してます。ああ、そうなんだ。パラノマサイトも同じような感じか。
Her assistant is one of the accomplices, but I cannot use this fact to accuse her. Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to Ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we're much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say,
リンダ・アーデン。え、こいつソニアなの？
Think, Poirot.
違うだろう。
Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb.
なるほどね。
I
女
never
優っ
would
てこ
have
とか。
guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
レイジーの、じゃあ、違う。ドラゴンミロフ夫人の妹。
I do
違
not
う。
think that's the right answer.
デイジーの名付け親はドラゴンミロフでしょ。で、それの親友がこいつだから、おば？ああ、ソニアの母親。ああ、なるほどね。お母ちゃんだったな。お母ちゃんだった。そうだそうだ。
You are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni. The fact that Madame Hubbard is actually Linda Arden, Sonia's mother, and a gifted actress of stage and screen, a woman who could teach her fellow conspirators how to play their roles, makes her one of the best placed to organize the murder, no, the execution of Ratchet. But I need material proof. Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So, you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death, and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it, all these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Book. What do you say?
さあ、ブックちゃんどうする？
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
犯人はいなかったと。解決でございますよ。終わりましたな。まあまあまあ、まだミステリーなんだろうね。一本調子のマーダーミステリーというか、まあもう答えが導き出されるシステムなんだろうね。
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer. We must tell Book. The case
まだ
is
解
not
決して
solved.
ない。だと。終わらないだと。
Please come in. Ah, Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well,
やばい感
we
があ
will
るよ
arrive
ね
in。Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue
見落
that
と
was
してた
left
手がか
aside
り
in
があ
my
った。
investigation. The diary I found in
あ
Ratchet's safe
あ、ベネチ
mentioned
アで
an
人と会って書いてあ
appointment
った
in
ね。
Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
え？会う場所。ベネチア。いつだったっけな。覚えてないぞ。
not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good.
調べる。書いてるやないかーい。これだな、これだな。18の22時、OK。
I'm right again.
コンスタンチン。
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help? I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace.
コンスタンチンは一番奥の部屋だっけな。AW ちょっと待ってね。 AW 違うな。外部の人間なのかな。あれここじゃなかったっけ？
I don't have time for small talk. How? How would it look to the police? I don't have time for small talk.
あれお隣さんだっけ？違うな。
I think we should let Ratchet rest in. How would it look to the police? I don't have time for small talk.
コンスタンチンはどこにいる？いたー。
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career. Would you be able to accompany me to Venice to follow a lead?
I'm honored you asked me, my friend. I would have loved to help you. But I have to manage the situation here. I must make sure no one gets off the train in Venice and that Ratchet's body is transferred.
So, my dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs, like the captain there behind you.
I see that you have the situation well in hand. So, my dear book, I see. I'm not going to ask a murderer to help me catch himself.
真犯人を同行しなければいかんってことか。
Mademoiselle Locke, You are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes, it would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used 2 knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
こいつは刺してない。
Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery
次の
to
謎が
solve.
待っている。ヘイスティングス役を探すって何？ああ、その同行者ってことか。
This is the 3rd embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all. With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked.
そう、ライターが使うの。
The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
ベネチアの船ってこんな普通の木彫りの船なのかな。あ、でもそうか、手漕ぎだもんね。
I see a gondolier just over there.
わー、まさかの。あ、ちょっと。え、何これ。
It's impossible to find a gondolier during Carnival.
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd. And have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
If it's a matter of price,
Money?
His problem isn't...
何？
I am
こ
sure
こにいる
this
とは。
little problem will pose no challenge to you.
水位が低い。通れない。
Not a picture for the tourist brochures.
暗い。ニャーがいる。理由を探すってなると、
What a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
ああ、なるほどね。
Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
花だな。
No, I did something wrong. Nice one. All right. Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
I'm sorry you had a fight with Kiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help, if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give
エン
Kiara?
ゲージリングをなくした。
It is worse than
運
that.
河に投げ
I
たんだ。
threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
そのしたい前とか言うぐらいだろお前がやるかい。確かに。夜だし。
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
え？これじゃないの？ほら。何これ？何これ？ああ。
I know someone who'll be happy.
ああ。こんな簡単に。空き缶で作るのかな？空き缶くちゃくちゃにして、練り練りして指輪作るかな？ゴミと一緒に混じってた指輪あげなよ。婚約指輪っつって。
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm
ゴ
sure
ミ
she
は嫌
will.
よっつって振られる。ゴミは嫌よっつって振られる。トビンマスクが多い決勝戦の決勝でやった。ベ
This
ル
district
好きな
of
やつ。
Venice is very charming.
わかん
You
ね
will
えよ
love
俺。
it.
俺筋肉マン見てねえんだよな。世代だけど。全然わかんない。歌しか知らないかな。でもね、筋肉マンのね、カセットテープは持ってた気がする。リングニーのやつの。めっちゃ世代だけどね。俺の連れはみんな好きだった筋肉マン。でも俺全然ハマんなかったんだよ。こんなプロレス好きで。なんかね、顔が嫌だった筋肉マンの。これ主人公こいつかみたいな。
Can you wait for us until we return?
すぐ兵とか
Yes,
国
no
士。
worries. I can call Chiara from here to find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice.
チョロ。
Chiara, I'm
ベネ
sorry.
チア人チョロ。
Show me how an American detective would handle this.
噴水を見つける。こっちじゃねえの。お前邪魔だってば。走れないんだからよ。あいつ動かないんだな。ほら、噴水があったじゃんか。またなんかある。ウサギが。再放送とかでさ、夕方とかやってたじゃん。あれも、あの辺もね、だからあんまり見てない。ちょろちょろ何話かは見たみたいな。そうそうそう。
The
茹で
right
と
time in the
卵が
right place.
あんまり好
Now
きじゃなかった
AW
な。
just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke.
走るのは苦手
does
だ。
not run.
ニューとか。
Wait, sitting down.
ニャーがいる。ちょいちょいニャーが出てくるな。あ、そうなんだ。AW を見つける。AW ニコル。お前 AW ニコルじゃないの？あ、不審。
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
誰だ？
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
AW ニコルね、自然が大好きです。AW ニコル
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua maschera?
はいはい。うっとうしい。AW ニコルなんか一人でポツンとしてろよ。なんかこの音楽聴きようによっちゃドラクエのボス戦みたいな曲に聞こえん？俺だけかな？こいつか？
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
一人ぽっちはおらんぞ。あ、曲終わっちゃった。これポアロさんに聞いて。
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those
そう
masks and
背中にでっ
costumes
かく
are hiding.
AW って書いとけよ。マジで。こいつ絶対友達おらんよな。違う。
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la...
マスケーラー。マスケーラー。こわー。何にも持ってないのに売り物。ちっちゃいケーキ2個しか残ってないわ。絶対こいつだろ。なんかヒントねえのかよ。これか。ヒゲゲット。
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
AW ニコルはどこだ？いけないんでしょこれ。あの奥で覗き見してるやつじゃないのかな。話せるやつがまずおらんぞ。この辺にいるとか。ドラクエだとかだったらこの水路からこう奥行ったところに秘密の基地みたいなのがあってみたいな感じじゃないのかな。コラさん無理っす。自分無理っす。こっちか？いたー。
We have an appointment, I believe.
I don't think so. I've never met you.
違うって言われた。ちょっと無理っす
Did you
俺。
see anyone who
No, no.
ちょっと無理っす。ヒントください。最寄りのホテルを確認してみよう。ちょっとヒント全部見るわもう。迷子のお知らせをし AW ニコルさんは AW ニコルさん、おお開いた、まさかの。
If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
AW ニコル。
Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Spacente? Non ti ho
Spacente.
sentito. Posso aiutarla?
I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. Do you speak English?
これは分からへんねマジで。
Signorina.
ちょっ
How
と
may
待
I
ってよ。
bother you?
How? What? Oh, I have an appointment with one of your guests.
What is the name?
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
カルタ。ミセス。
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
お、どうも監視されてるらしい。落ち合う場所を変更する。アリスは噴水のところに座って白いウサギ像を見ました。ウサギは飛び出していったのでついてきました。橋を渡ると2人の男がいました。太い路地に戻り、小さな広場に行きました。猫がいてお茶を飲んでます。トランプの兵隊の兵舎がありました。超めんどくさいんだが。いやーもうちょっと記念に。
The receptionist is here.
くそ。
You need to ring the bell.
鳴らせなかった。
So,
記念に鳴らそうと思ったね。
was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see.
レミシーして。
Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so
アリ
much.
スのワンダーランドだ
I
な。
think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
白ウサギ、こっちだね。こう行ってついてこないところがミソだよね。邪魔。二人の男が背の高さを言い争ってる。違うわ。ちょっと噛み切れないか。迷子、だいぶ迷子。一回戻るわ、違う気がする。ここでしょ。で、俺が思ったのは二人のとこ違うわ。違うわ。これか。橋を渡ると2人の男がいました。どちらの帽子の高さが上か言い争ってます。ちょっと待ってよ。こっちから来たから地図を見よう。どっちから来たかがわからない。まあいいや。 まっすぐだ。ポアロが言ってるもん、もう。あ、違うわ。こっちから来たんだ。こっちから来て、あ、違うわ。ポアロが言ってるもん。正解をこいつが導き出してる。これで多分こっちだな。ここだな。じゃ9しか書いてないんだ。9しかわからん。ゴルゴンの顔のついた大きなタブレット、合言葉が必要です。アリスが今までの道のりで集めたものです。何にも集めてないけど。ポアルコン、ほらもう待ってるもん。まだかいみたいな。
Detective Locke?
It looks like the writer of this letter is quoting Alice in Wonderland.
No, I think it is a pastiche. Monsieur Carroll was a much better writer than this.
It's a riddle. No, a map.
Both. I think Mr.
ど
Wadi
っかに
was
数字が
worried
書
their
いてあるんだ
business
ろうな。
might be known and has given Ratchet directions to a new rendezvous point. Mr. Wadi's letter mentions a rabbit. The rabbit fountain is an obvious starting point. I believe the letter refers to this place. We have a reference to hats in the letter. Where can we find hats? If we follow the letter, our next landmark will be a cat. A real cat is not likely. Let's try to find a picture or a sign with a cat. A place with playing card soldiers. It sounds like a metaphor. What place could make us think of soldiers? The last paragraph suggests a door that requires a passcode. If I understand correctly, this code will be made up of numbers that we will find along the way.
この4つだね。だからウサギは4でしょ。ウサギはわかる。猫。猫。猫なんていたか。ウサギが4でしょ。でこっからこう来て、これ猫か。1でこっち行って、あ、帽子か。帽子が1、猫が1、兵隊、兵隊がわからんな。ひげ。
Shiny facial hair. The good
め
news
っ
is
ちゃ笑
that
って
it's
るわ。
gold.
兵隊がわからんな。兵隊がわからんな。兵隊といえば兵隊といえばがわからんな。 何これ。お墓の数？そんなことある？これお墓じゃないでしょ、だって。お墓なのかな。面倒。お墓の数だとすると1個2個3個になるか。3個3個だね。4113だね。で9。違う。帽子が違うのかな。2人の男っていうのはこれだと思うんだよな。何こんなとこに秘密の暗号が。ポアロさんいなくなっちゃったよ。ウサギが4でしょ。で、どっちの帽子が背が高いか言い争ってるって何？こいつらじゃねえのか。ちょっと待って。橋を渡ると2人のとこがいました。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると。ちょっと待って、ウサギが見て。ウサギが、白いウサギが、ここが今ここでしょ。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると。橋を渡ると、いた。橋を渡ると男がどっちの背が高いかみたいな。こちらか。橋を渡ると2人の男がいました。どちらの帽子の高さが上か言い争ってます。 違う。男だもんな。こいつらのかな。まあいいや、42だな。で、狭い路地に戻り、小さな広場に来ました。猫がいてお茶を飲んでいます。お茶飲んでねえな。ここじゃねえな。ここじゃねえな。ってことは橋を渡ってこっち側。狭い路地を抜けると帰ってきちゃった。猫。違う。超迷子。これノーヒントなんだ、ここ。あれ？ここどこ？うわぁ、めっちゃ暇そう。猫なんていないぞ。むずいなこれ。あ、帽子。さっきのがこれだとすると、橋を渡って、帽子ってことはさっきの帽子なんだな。これが帽子だとすると8、4、8。狭い路地に入り小さな広場に来ました。猫がいてお茶を飲んでます。ここじゃない。 違うのかな。違うっぽいな。向こう側かな。猫。これ鳩。地下。帰ってきたー。猫がお茶飲んでる。全然わからんけどな。帽子でしょ。で広場に出る。猫がお茶を飲んでる。ノーヒントすぎんか。あ。全然わからんけど、これゴールはここなの間違いないんだよね、多分。猫がお茶を飲んでるの意味がわからんな。ポアロはどこに行ったんだ。あいつすぐどっか行くわ。教えろや。俺が見つけたあの猫だとすると1なんだよな。こっか、あ、いた、ポアロ。
If we a real cat is not likely.
猫の絵や看板を探そう。
A place with playing card soldiers. What place could...
48で猫がそこだから4って書いてあるの。帽子したら帽子のどっかにもまたあるんだな。めんどくさ。書いてんじゃん。さっきの広場はどこだ。違う。 ち行って、猫が4は分かったから、あ、ってことはウサギのところにもあるのか、なんか数字が。くっそめんどくせえな。ノーヒントっちゅうのがいかんわ、もう。どっかに数字が書いてないか。2。また2。じゃあくさいわ。で、橋渡った帽子のところ。2本チャラ4。あれここじゃなかったっけ？むずい。橋渡って、違う橋、違うはずだった。橋渡って、帽子これ ?8、2、8、4で兵士。兵士お墓だな、やっぱ。違ってたら嫌だな。どっかにあったよな、お墓。これか。違う。兵士ってなんだ。兵士、兵隊、お酒。兵隊がアリスに向かって突進してきました。これなんか水道なのかな。 ポアロさん、兵隊がわからないです。兵隊といえばの場所。兵隊といえばの場所。超迷子。全くわからんぞ。邪魔。あれ、ポールいない。何しとん。ポアロ探しだわ。めっちゃむずいな。むずいっていうかめんどくせえな。兵隊といえばの場所ってなんだ。トランプ、兵隊。トランプ、兵隊。むずいなぁ。というかまずポアロがいない。よし。
I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong. No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
潰していきます。
No, I did something wrong.
めんどくさい。
No, this isn't it. Think! No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
ああ、6でした。ちょ、店じゃねえのかよ。結構30分ぐらいかかったと。 落ちてる。
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
I can't lose them.
で、いきなりの。いきなりの前転。ああ、これ龍が如くでやったことある。お何こっち如くでやったことあるぞこれ。小活。
Move over.
いやー、ひどい。そんなことある？全員真っ黒。
Too many! Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
お電話です。
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back, but it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find when I wait for them.
マジかよ。これちょっともう終わりそうだと思ったけど終わらんわ。もう4時間やってるよ。ちょっともう明日ですね。明日。続きは明日。疲れちゃった。もうさっきの QTR じゃないけど。あれで。もう謎解きめんどくさすぎる。よし、明日続きやります。ちょっと何時にやるかは決めてませんけど。はい。ということで、意外と長いオリエント急行殺人事件。今日はこれまで。休憩も必要です、ほんと。なんかね、ストロークがね、通信エラーが起きてるみたいで、あんまり調子が良くないということで、今日はちょっとストロークやってないんでね。まあ、明日やりますんで、お疲れ様です。また付き合ってください。おやすみなさい。では。